How about now? Just amateur hour over here. Mic's not even on. Thanks, Cork. So, this is the daily encounter stream. Believe it or not, I do it every day, even though that's such a silly thing. I remember we had a power outage, so I forgot to go in and re-trigger my mic this morning. Anyway, so the goal is to come up with some sort of encounter idea that can fit into these 5 lines. This is a 5-year journal that I started back in September. So we've been doing this for almost a year now, coming around to a year here pretty soon. And that usually breaks down into a couple of tables. So prompt-wise, the rabble rousers took me to the idea of all the commotion really disrupted the blank. So I'm thinking of disruptible things, things that can be things that are at peace, things that can be sort of disrupted. So like an event or some sort of setting, and we'll just kind of go from there. That's the big idea. So I think thinking of like festivals, I'm thinking of ribbon cuttings, maybe a wedding. All the commotion really disrupted the royal wedding. There we go. When in doubt, start with the royals. All the commotion really disrupted. What kind of royals? Good question. Could be any number of different types of royals. Really disrupted the. When I think of disruption, I think about waters being at peace, right? I think about like still waters, like a quiet. How would I put that? Like the serene, really disrupted the serene waters. There we go. See, Connor, I blame you actually, because you were the first one to say hi, and I said hi back to you, and you told me that you couldn't hear me. My mic being off at the beginning is really your fault, I think. 20 demerits to House Connor. All the commotion really disrupted the dark ritual. Whose dark ritual? Maybe it's a dark ritual being done by, if not a cult, because that's who's usually doing something like that. Who else could be doing a dark ritual? Maybe it's a ooh, for some reason the word hunter just came to mind. The hunter's dark ritual. That's fair. That's fair. I appreciate that. There was yeah. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding with you, by the way. You know that. All the commotion really disrupted the royal wedding, the serene waters, the hunter's dark ritual. So when I think of hunter, I also think of like a hunt could, like imagining some sort of, I guess it's a type of ritual, but it's like a game, right? Disrupted the game. What's the game? Really disrupted. or like it could be like a parade or a festival. Like it would be like a coronation. Kind of already have royal wedding though, so. Could also like a thinking of like meditation disrupted the grove. Ooh. All the commotion really disrupted the meditation circle. Okay. All the commotion. Hey, T. Morning to you. Or, I guess, afternoon, technically now. All the commotion really disrupted the... Technically, very technically. That's right. What was I thinking? So we have an event, peaceful scene. We have a group, we have a ritual. The quiet burial, or the private burial. There we go. Thank you, T. After morning. That's fair. All the commotion really disrupted the... Maybe we can disrupt like the state of mind. Maybe it can be individualized. All the commotion really disrupted the... Or like focus, right? Focus could be disrupted. Or maybe we lean into maybe it's a game. Maybe it is call it like a match. I don't want to describe a game necessarily, but maybe it's like a planned. Maybe it's an official duel. Oh, it just really disrupted the crowd. All the commotion really disrupted. So what if instead of it could be an out of control crowd, like it disrupted the commotion really disrupted the Chad goblet stacking. I like it. Let's say crowd that was forming. When I first read it, I thought what you said was goblin stacking, which might also be a popular sport. How about festival games? The inventor's work. That's always a good. It's always a good way to go. How about the inventor's big launch day? The inventors really disrupted the inventor's launch. Hey, what's up, Frog? Hope you are well. All the commotion really disrupted the... So what's the source of the commotion? A couple different ways I could phrase it. All the commotion started by... It was clearly the fault of... All the commotion really disrupted the... which was maybe it was always their plan, which was always such and such's plan. Okay, so all the commotion really disrupted the event, and it was all planned out by blank. So now we're assuming some source of commotion. We're actually not defining what the commotion was. We're saying the commotion disrupted this, and it was orchestrated or planned by someone else. So I think we're giving ourselves a wrapper where we're going to come up with the commotion as we roll. That's my guess. So who, for getting the first list, we need schemers. We need a planner, a plotter, someone meticulous who's pulling the strings. The commotion really disrupted the event. And the commotion, the disruption itself, was planned out by... my first thought goes to some sort of like creeping, ever-present, like watchful monster. It was planned out by a very patient monster. I like that. I like that, actually. Chad scorned members of the town council. Yes. Yes. Scorned council members, yes. What maybe just because this is where my mind goes nowadays, but some sort of like a meticulous some sort of clockwork, like a machine. This whole thing was calculated. It's all planned out by rather than it. I'm trying to think of how to spice that idea up of something mechanical. Oh, maybe it's like maybe it's failing, by like a failing construct, or a desperate construct. It's all planned out. Ooh, so what if it was planned a long time ago? Like by an oracle, like a long dead oracle. All right, something mundane now, because now it's getting exotic. We have a very patient monster, scorned council members, a desperate construct, a long dead oracle. I mean, there are lots of different people, lots of different strategic folks. I'm thinking of, like, it could be like a general, could be a scribe, or like a mage of some sort. It's all planned out by or even maybe maybe like a bitter merchant. Yeah, let's do that. It's all planned out by a bitter merchant. Angry sewer inhabitants. The mole people did it. Yes. I'm gonna say I'm now just my mind jumps to Batman Returns with the which some of the plot of that movie feels like it was rolled randomly on a table, where it's like, okay, so the Penguin, who is, roll the dice, Danny DeVito, is, in cahoots with, roll the dice, circus freaks, roll the dice, who live underneath the city streets. It's like, okay, cool, let's make that movie. But in our case, it makes total sense. Orchestrated, planned out by, I'm gonna say, like, sewer dwellers, angry sewer dwellers. What are they? So we have patient, we have scorned, we have desperate, long dead, we have bitter. Something along the lines of, like, believers. right? Maybe like devoted, vigilant. What's the? I'm gonna go with devoted. That's close enough to what I'm thinking. Devoted Sewer Dwellers. Band name called it. All the commotion really disrupted. It was all planned out by a very patient monster, scorned council members, a desperate construct, a long-dead oracle, a bitter merchant, devoted sewer dwellers. It's all planned out by maybe some sort of divine plan, right? Maybe it's a god or cleric. The will of the gods, you know? All planned out by the old gods. How about this? How about like scales? What if it was like it was some sort of divine judgment? By druids reclaiming the land. I'm gonna say let's use druids. I'm gonna throw in there though. I'm gonna say manipulated druids. Don't know why. We'll just see where it takes us. All right, let's roll on this list. Okay. By let me roll on this list, what I mean is let me feed my angry cat who can't see the bottom of his bowl. Otherwise, something is wrong. All is wrong with the world. So give me a second. You guys can look at brand new lineup of books, by the way, because the new ones just launched my shop. Cool stuff. I'll talk about it in a few minutes, but just give me 1 second. Okay. Bruce pretty much thinks that if he ever sees the bottom of his food bowl, his death is imminent. All the commotion. All right, we've got our 2 tables. Let's roll and see what we end up with. Let's find some cool ideas in here. A 1 and a 3. All the commotion really disrupted the royal wedding. It was all planned out by a desperate construct. See, I like this because it's about ultimately whatever causes the disruption is what we're rolling to, but we're not describing it. We're describing the. I feel like I'm figuring out more 8 months in, 9 months in, how these tables work or when they work really well. So the desperate construct wants to disrupt the royal wedding. So that's going to happen like via probably some sort of like Rube Goldberg-esque. Like I imagine a thinking machine can sort of plan out a sequence of events that would cause disruption and maybe wouldn't even be discernibly like orchestrated, like something that just seems random. You know, little things here or there. You know, I imagine like a recipe going awry or some items going missing. It'd be really neat if there was a construct that could sort of predict outcomes based on changing variables, right? It'd be difficult to run something like that, but it'd be fun to play around with the idea. But why? Why is the construct desperate? Because of that same thing it can see as a result of this particular merger, right? These particular royals getting married, something terrible is going to happen down the line. So they're trying to prevent something here. See, now this would be really interesting, right? Because this construct, what if it has like very simple, what if it's doing like a simple, again, construct stuff always takes me back to like AI parallels now. But what if it's doing some very simple, seemingly simple thinking work for the kingdom, right? Or maybe for the capital city. Like it just basically hands out quests or instructions or things like that. But then like if you start to piece those back, it's like, wait, it's able to manipulate events. It's able to disrupt the wedding in these means. That's a really fun idea. That feels like a little campaign actually. And the exact reverse. All the commotion really disrupted the hunter's dark ritual. It was all planned out by a very patient monster. Nice. Okay. So these ideas snap together pretty well, which happens sometimes, right? The hunters basically become the hunted. A very patient monster disrupts the hunter's dark ritual. So this is actually, I think, in this case, the hunters are like the monster is who we're rooting for in this case. Like it's a reverse kind of Monster Hunter situation where even just describing the hunter's dark ritual casts what they're doing in a certain light and makes us root for the monsters. So I think how would a very patient monster go about disrupting the hunter's ritual? Very patient. Well, that suggests that they've been planning to sort of turn the tables on these hunters for a while. I kind of like the I don't know if you comic book readers, makes me think of like a Nightfall inspired plot where maybe a less threatening monster, or it could be a threatening monster, could be, but it's like by hitting the hunters with a bunch of challenges, giving them just the worst hunt of their lives, and then hitting them with an attack at the very end of that to increase their odds of wearing them down. I think that could be a neat way to do it. A scheming patient monster, kind of like Bane. 4 and a 5. All the commotion really disrupted the meditation circle. It was all planned out by a bitter merchant. Okay. So we've got a meditation circle on the one side and a bitter merchant on the other. This feels like a there's beef. I don't know if anybody watched that show. That I think it's a Netflix show. This feels like a merchant and probably some sort of monk or like monastery kind of at war with each other, right? I imagine throwing things over a fence or disrupting business, probably disrupting. I mean, the commotion caused by if a merchant really wanted to troll a group of people that were meditating a certain time of day, they would just have massive crowds, massive sales. I'm imagining like an auctioneer style thing, like right while this group is trying to meditate, like consistently every time, which would be a fun, like early enough in a campaign, or shoot, anytime in a campaign, probably to give a party like a disagreement like that, where it's like, okay, who you side with. It's like, do you want to have discounts in the market because maybe they want you to run these guys out of town, or do you prefer this sort of spiritual enlightenment that you could gain by helping the monks? Can't use any 3s already. Can I do I can't use a 1. I can use a 2 and a 4. All the commotion really disrupted the serene waters. It was all planned out by a long-dead oracle. Interesting. So the oracle planned to disrupt the serene waters a long time ago. So if it's an oracle, then something was foreseen, and they put something into motion, or put some plans to work. So it feels like whatever would emerge or whatever would reveal itself from the serene waters would be necessary. All the commotion really disrupted the serene waters. I mean, it would have to be some sort of a storm. It was all planned out by a long dead oracle. So this carries the vibe. I'm not sure exactly the mechanisms, the plot-driven stuff that would have to happen. Storm machine or some sort of time-delayed ritual or something like that. But this feels like the lake, the river is drained. The water is swept away, and it seems like the story of the game is this terrible storm that the town has to survive. But in reality, after the storm is past and we see that the lake bed is clear, the training grounds or the proving grounds or the sunken temple, something is revealed that is necessary to save the world, basically, like that. Which is a fun idea to come out of something that started as protesters disrupting an event or something. But that actually would be pretty neat. I can use a 5. 4s are dead to me. 1 is dead to me. 4 is dead. 1. Can I get another number? 4 and 1. 4 and 1. 7. There we go. All the commotion really disrupted the private burial. It was planned out by the gods themselves. What kind of a burial would be disrupted by the gods getting involved directly? I mean, the gods don't have to be good, bad, or the other. They're just immortal, right? So all the commotion really disrupted the I mean, it could be like, you know, the burial of something devilish, something corrupted, right? It's like we're finally burying this lich, and it's like something, you know, earthquakes, tremors, an avalanche, something disrupts it, meaning that they can't complete it, which means that the creature, the demon escapes or can come back. It's like kind of it's like the divine prank almost. Like I could imagine that like the burial had to be completed a certain way to like make sure that this thing could never escape again, but due to the commotion, and maybe nobody noticed that like the tomb was cracked. And it's like, why would the, you know, and the question as to why the gods would want that or allow that to happen would be really interesting to think about. So we have a 6, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, and a 2, 6, 8. 6, 7, 8, 2, 6, 7, 8. I can do a 6 and a 2. All the commotion really disrupted the crowd that was forming. Okay. It was all planned out by a scorned council. So these are probably two sides. Like this describing this scene makes sense. So the crowd that was forming, probably to oust these scorned council members, right? To protest them, and the commotion disrupted it, which means that the scorned council had thought ahead and basically saved themselves by this additional threat. It's like, oh, just as everyone's forming, you know, the mobs, they grab the pitchforks and they're going after these council members, and goblins attack. So it's a big distraction from, you know, maybe everybody won't even remember what was going on before. Maybe the commotion will cause enough chaos and destruction that they can't come back after these council members again. Which would be a neat way to kick off an early campaign where the arc is going to be a little bit political. Because if like people are protesting in the capital city, these officials, and some sort of attack or some sort of disruption happens, you know, certainly quelling that issue, quelling the attack would be one thing, but then figuring out who was the source of it and tying that back to the council would actually be an interesting, like, political tension to play out. Can't do a 4, can't do a 5, can't do a 4, can't do a 5. What's up, Stanit? Hey, yo, I haven't had the privilege of stopping by one of these random accounts for a while. Nice to see you. Still getting generous. They are, yep. Still here. Can't get rid of me yet. Okay, so I can do a 6, but I need a 7 or an 8. 7 or an 8. Oh, come on now. Give me multiple 6s. There we go. All the commotion really disrupted the Inventor's launch. It was planned out by devoted sewer dwellers. Devoted sewer dwellers. So this, okay. So if the Inventor is launching something, that feels, you know, futuristic, that feels like advancement, feels technological. I think the sewer dwellers are anti-tech, perhaps anti-magic, and they're looking to disrupt and slow that down. This feels like a faction thing, where it's like you've got the future, and then those trying to prevent that future. So what would be the disruption? I mean, if they're attacking from the sewers, or not attacking, if they're scheming from the sewers and they're facing off again, I mean, sewer filth, like it could literally gum up, it could, you know, destroy anything mechanical. Or it could just be beasts of, things emerging from the sewers. Like, you can't have a fun invention launch party if the town is being attacked by giant rats, right? That tends to really get in the way. All right, no need to roll the last one. All the commotion really disrupted the festival games. It was all planned out by manipulated druids. So the druids have been wamboozled. They've been tricked. They've been duped into planning a disruption of the festival games. Well, festival games would be easy for druids to disrupt because they're probably played outside. There's a lot of grass, there's a lot of plants, there's a lot of flowers, there's a lot that druids can manipulate to make the festival a living hell. But manipulated, I mean, could it be as simple as a rival entertainer or rival circus? Someone who didn't get the festival contract with the crown has convinced these druids that the festival is disrespecting nature in some way, or maybe is on, is taking place on the druids, near enough the druids' forest. That would actually be an interesting use case for illusion magic, is to not change very much, except make it appear that the festival grounds have extended further out, or even that it's happening a slightly different location, even from a distance, to cause the druids to attack it. That would be a clever illusion ploy, actually. That wouldn't be bad. I like it. It's good stuff. Now I just need to doodle what's there. Although, also excited. Here, I'll grab these from the top for a second. So, ideas like this are exactly how I'm able to kind of build out ideas into these books. So the yellow and orange book I've had out for a while. Just yesterday launched the red and pink. So Don't Touch That, which are magic item encounters, and Likely Suspects, which are shady character encounters. So these are up on my shop right now, full of basically a lot of the stuff that we do here, but just built out a whole lot more with more options and more ideas. These are really cool. Very proud of them. Like I said, just put them up yesterday. If you guys like the stuff going on the stream, probably like these books too. They're very useful. Let me stick those back up there. Thank you, Stan. Appreciate it. Definitely excited to get them out the door. Been working on those for a while. And honestly, some of the most fun that I had was, once all of the encounters in it were, once I sort of figured them all out and what they entailed, realizing that, like, the magic item book, to me, the real fun of that was that once there are these sort of 10 magic encounters, I realized that they could all be strung together in a magic item trading sequence set of events in a campaign. So that's also in there. How to sort of use and roll on basically this like massive set of tables to end up with this complex and unique trading sequence, which I've always wanted to run. I always loved, ever since I played Ocarina of Time and the big trading sequence that happens in that game, I've wanted to try to put something into my campaigns like that. And now I have a means to do that. What's up? Go for it. Hello. All right, let's see here. Serene Waters Royal Wedding, Hunter's Dark Ritual Meditation, Private Burial, Inventor's Launch, Patient Monster. Scorned council members, a desperate construct, long dead oracle, bitter merchant, sewer dwellers, gods themselves. Hey, Troy. Yeah, this one, I can just pull it back up on the screen. That's what we came up with. It's ultimately about the details surrounding some sort of attack or like disruption of peace. But the interesting thing was the way that we got there is with one table that describes the thing that was disrupted and the other table that describes who planned it. So we actually like left a lot of room for figuring out what that disruption was, you know, whether it was something like an attack or something planned out or, you know, whatever it was. Which I think is kind of an interesting way to do it. What's up, Decisive DM? I'm doing great. How are you? I'm feeling pretty good. Just launched my new zine yesterday. Here, I might as well. New 2-pack. At least yesterday. Let's get that out of the way so I can put those on. Boom, look at that. They're so cool. They're so awesome. Been working on those for a while, so it's exciting to get them out the door, and it's exciting to look forward to start hearing what people think. All right. I'm going to refresh my coffee, and then we'll get some other stuff done. Be right back. Yeah, right. So the next zine that I'm putting out is going to be all about, well, there's two because I released two at a time. So the next two books will be Factions and Traps. Which I'm excited about. Let's see if I can't get some work done on those a little bit right now. Let's see here. So I think I need to figure out the order that I had these in. Okay. So one of the big ideas I have for this next zine about factions is that I think I want to try to create all of the encounters around these factions in such a way that they don't, like, I don't want them all to be good or bad. And I'm not even sure that I want them to be balanced. I think I want them all to have a fulcrum by which they could all be a number of things. Because I think that would create the most interesting and diverse set of ideas. So I've already chosen sort of the draft ideas to start from. You know, the exact order of these could change. Hey, Construct. Missing shenanigans. I'm outlining book 5. I'm outlining factions. Like I have all of the drafts, or all of the sort of original ideas, and I'm sort of punching them up and trying to find their shape a little bit. Like there's two kind of yeah, the encounter today was rabble rousers. All the commotion really disrupted the big event. It was all planned out by a schemer. Big event was a royal wedding, serene waters, hunters, dark ritual, meditation circle, private burial, crowd that formed, festival games, the inventor's launch. And the schemer was a very patient monster, scorned council members, a desperate construct. Ha 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 ha. A long dead oracle, a bitter merchant, devoted sewer dwellers, the gods themselves, manipulated druids. So the neat one, I feel like I finally, like I say, like every new table, and certainly every book, especially when I'm going, doing 10 of these at a time and revising them, like I'm realizing what I like about this sort of creative process, or what I find valuable about it. And I think that this one really highlights how the value is in kind of going around it. And I'm still thinking about this, but like the today's table, or today's encounter, is about whatever disrupted the big event, right? It's about a scene, some sort of event was disrupted by something, but the something is never named. All the commotion really disrupted the big event. It was planned out by a schemer. It's almost intentionally, the middle part is missing. And the middle part could also be filled out, but it's almost more interesting to sort of work around the edges. And I kind of started to figure this out with the magic item book, because the magic item book doesn't really ever tell you what a magic item does. It just sort of gestures in a direction, right? So there's like a candlestick that, whatever, like something happens, but it's on you to sort of interpret those ideas into an item, which I think is nice, because it keeps things, you could read it 10 different ways and come up with 10 different things. It's not definitive, right? So I'm thinking about that. I'm also thinking about, I really like when 3 tables works. I'm thinking about another takeaway that I gave myself, which again, none of this is based on anything people say, just based on what I think about it. I really like if there can be like a directional, like a momentum in the encounter itself, which is tough in only like a couple sentences. But I look at this, right? The wild gang of oddballs is unpredictable. Their boss is a real weirdo, and they seem to want something. This is like base level, faction design, right? Who are they? Who leads them? What do they want? And it kind of suggests a behavior. It kind of suggests, but like this could be improved if it was anchored to something that was happening. Yeah, constraints definitely make things more. Well, I would say maybe constraints rather than restraints. I think restraints are a different thing, which would also make things interesting. But being a oddballs of the person, your boss is a real weirdo. They seem to want something. Guessing you guys chat plenty, because that's what we do here. That's what we do on the streams. We just create friendships. We just manufacture them whole cloth. Gang of eyeballs, so their boss is a real weirdo, and based on like they seemed. Okay. Rubber ducks, support pillars, bestie. Okay. While game based on their speech. Based on this speech. Yes. Gang of oddballs is wild. Their boss is a real weirdo, and based on this speech. I missed the shelving saga. That is sad. That's too bad. It's ongoing. Oh no. That gang of oddballs is wild. Their boss is a real weirdo, and based on their speech to the town, they say. So this is a little bit better because now we're sort of describing. Hello, Gray. What is this about gray cats that are so noisy? Yeah, because then pick a side. Pick a side is suggesting that the speech and whatever they're after is being pitched to the town. Hi, buddy. He's like, hey, Dad, I see you over there with that black shirt on, and you're working. Why don't I just come over and emit fur? I'll just produce it. It's flowing in the air where he walks in the room. Oh yeah, have to, both for the table and for my clothes. It have to. I get like the really cheap ones, so I go through them like crazy. But no, I'm working. Go away. We used to frequent that friendly place, but lately. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that'd probably be smart. No, he'll usually come back a few times. He's currently dejected. He just kind of slinks off. But it's not like he needs something. He's totally fine. It's not like he has anything interesting to say. It's not like he's going to contribute, has any ideas. He's just going to, he's useless. Crane is the cat that I will happily disturb when he's on his perch sleeping peacefully. Just go up and just like right up close to him, because he wakes up noisy. He wakes up with, it's the whole and puffs up. So I do that in retaliation for the turmoil that he puts us through. Just saying. We used to frequent that friendly place where they were seeing folks that putting up signs. All the animals are good. Yeah, Bruce, Duncan, right? Not yet, no. Only, including myself, only 7 mouths to feed in this house, thankfully. No more. I gotta put my foot down somewhere. Yeah, I mean, things change. Yeah, all I can say is not for now. You guys talking about Spider-Man games? I need to play Spider-Man games. You know what's killing me right now is not playing the new Bond game by the Hitman folks, because it looks great. It's just not enough time. True, it was. Alan Wake, American Nightmare, Control. Yeah, I still wanna. I still have still some projects there that I want to do. I can remember. I can remember the project from each one of those. Well, the Alan Wake project would just the first Alan Wake project would be I just want to make my own version of the manuscript pages. I just think that'd be neat to have. That'd be fun to figure out. Similar to Control, actually. Control has a bunch of pages too, but they would be more involved. But the real project potential from American Nightmare is that American Nightmare introduced that really neat storytelling mechanic where you loop through the same dream sequence trying to get it right. And I think that concept could play extremely well in a one shot, or honestly in an arc in game where the party has to like get the scene just right, otherwise it sort of resets and they try again. I think there's something there. Just take some time to explore it. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen a bunch of that chameleon stuff. Yep. Man, I don't know who would ever have the patience to like chase like popular fad games. That would be. Ugh. Yeah, it's basically prop hunt, right? That's what I've seen before, and I saw this. I was like, oh, at first I thought it was just like a modified round of prop hunt. I was like, oh, it's like a whole game. Well, I guess it depends. How long does it give you to like paint? Like how long does it give you to do that? It feels like that kind of stuff would be really difficult in a round based play. It reminds me of Draw Something. Oh, back when Draw Something was a really popular app there for a little while, and my favorite way to play Draw Something was to make sure that whatever the thing was like the last thing that I drew, like a big elaborate picture, and then like, oh, here's the that was a lot of fun. I don't know, Guy Montgomery's Spelling Bee. This is where we've seen where our circles overlap, and then this one squarely on your own. Hey, what's up, VM? It's going. It's going great. I'm just working on. So yesterday, I released a new set of zines, and today I'm working on what'll be the next set of zines. Seeing if I can't improve my process a wee bit here and there. What part of the story are they at? Yeah, so what this is, or what it will be. So like this one, I Likely Suspects is what I released. It's one of the ones that I released yesterday. So like if we look at Charming Act, which has 3 hefty D12 tables on it, so it gets kind of small. So what I'm writing right now are sort of the prompts and the tables that go into this zine. So for Charming Act, the scenario is the scam artist charmed the crowd when they conned them in order to get their valuables. Good thing someone noticed the dead giveaway. So each one of those kind of bolded and underlined sections corresponds to a table. So you can roll on that, and it basically completes and tells the story. And then I do some examples and stuff like that. But BM, the last stream you tuned into was whether an orb underground. Okay, so you might be talking about my group's game, which is a different thing than this, which is fine. I can talk about that. That game, yeah, they were under. It sounds like they were sort of assessing the power of the island underneath the island. Now that same group has just entered a lighthouse that was previously hidden away, but through their fumbling and bumbling around, it revealed itself to them, or they discovered its location. And right now, they're really beginning to struggle amongst themselves about which of the factions, which is actually that's the tables I'm working on are faction-based tables. They're determining. Yeah, this is from the Prismatic Isle. Thank you very much. Yep. The lighthouse is sort of the last dungeon of the game, so I might do some lighthouse dungeon planning a little bit. They probably are only like it's only a couple sessions away from being wrapped up. Ugh, that game. Yeah. That game was oof. Torture. The game was torture. Yeah, I was shocked that I think that that was after playing the game. I was like, I gotta look up reviews of this game. What have people said? And it wasn't at all bad. I'm like, what? Am I an alien? What did I experience, and how far off am I? Exactly, construct. Exactly. Although I do think that the Prismatic Isle, I think I could refine it into something that other people could run. I think it will be possible for that. What classes are in that game? It's a paladin, a rogue, a sorcerer, and an artificer. As far as I know, they're all humanoid. I don't think there's anything too crazy going on. Artificers, I think, I don't think that they're homebrew. I think they came out. It just wasn't part of the original core 5e. I think it was added to later. And you could tell because they you know, they're tinkering mechanics, but it feels very grafted onto like a fighter's frame. It doesn't feel distinct, in my opinion. But I've not run one. It's just when I see the players and how they use them and how they speak about them and the types of stuff that it's like, this feels like a redressed fighter, which isn't very satisfying. But I mean, I could be wrong about that. That's just the impression that I always get. Personally, if I was to play somebody, that would exactly be my order. I would rather play a wizard than the others. I'd rather play a sorcerer than a warlock. Sorcerers are fun. I think my only real issue with sorcerers is how they're the books suggest that the player, one of the first things that they do is determine their sorcerer origin, which I think is sort of silly and sort of strips away one of the most interesting aspects of a sorcerer, which is, why am I weird and different? But that's because I like the idea that sorcerers, like wizards, are a lot more commonplace because they can learn and teach. A sorcerer feels like it should be this more uncontrolled, dangerous form of magic. Sorcerers occur, right? Wizards are taught. You could teach lots of people, right? There are academies for wizards. The sorcerers are like, you know, it's like a phenomenon. So the idea that a sorcerer player would start out and be like, here's my exact origin, it's like, no, you shouldn't know that. You should discover it, but you shouldn't know it. And it should come out during the game. But it's a little bit, but I mean, that's just me, right? If people prefer to, I mean, I would even encourage a player who's like, no, I think I do know. It's kind of like this. It's like, okay, well, let's still leave it. Let's make it as gray as we can. Let's leave it in the periphery and allow that story to be told through the game. It's more interesting. What happened to the guy in the orb area that was going to become evil or something? Oh boy. I'm not sure that I the basic idea, the what was going on with the party under the island, um, as they sort of explored this ancient city, the city that once was, and saw this power and things like that. They were traveling with another survivor that was sort of hiding the fact that they knew a lot more about the party and the island. Um, Eventually, when the party triggered like one too many of these sort of like ancient robots to attack them, the guy revealed himself because he was able to like depower them, and he fled. And they caught him, and he's no more. I don't personally use dice towers or dice trays. I don't like anything. I mean, a dice tray is fine. I'll use a dice tray, yeah, because that sort of controls the chaos and keeps things, Um, but in general, I don't really like adding anything under the table. Like there's always so much on the table anyway, especially for me with like terrain and minis and stuff like that, like dice towers and things like that. Just not worth it. Not worth the real estate. Absolutely. The campaign that we're talking about, I mean, this what I'm writing here is system agnostic, so you can use it. You don't have to use it for gaming. You just use it for brainstorming and ideation stuff. My campaigns are all technically 5e, um, although it's pretty customized. Like we're pretty flexible. I don't know what plasmoids. I mean, it depends, right? Because weren't those added to? It depends if you're playing with isn't there like a space or like an astral plane set of rules or a book like that? Oh, I guess not technically. I don't remember what it's called though. Spelljammer, right? can't tell, I'm usually a bad person to ask about what the rules are, like how things work. Not because I don't care, but because, at a certain point it all kind of blends together and just becomes like, does this idea work or not for me, right? Is that something that I would try again? Do you mean like terrain build? I've got a couple. I like my mansion's pretty cool. My manor house probably needs a proper name. I am a big fan of stairs. I mean, the lighthouse will be protected by, engineering magic. I think that the opportunity that I have with the lighthouse is to basically to do two things: to demonstrate the capability of these scientists who have tapped into this source of magical power because they want to use it to change the world. So, future enhancement, blah, 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 blah. It's also a chance to demonstrate what they understand about the island, in which case it could sort of reveal things, right? Like that's what the lighthouse is a dungeon. It's also basically, explanation of what the previous 10 or 12 or 112 sessions have been about. Am I ever going to turn the stone texture yarn with it? Am I going to? That's a good question. I don't know. If you can't tell, I tend to live in a state of perpetual, like, I have many available projects. It's almost like I need help picking what to work on. I'm gonna go refresh my coffee. Be right back. Yep, see ya, T. Till next time. That is I think that, yeah. Who knows? I as often as I can, not as often as I want. Hard to say. Hard to operate too much off of a stream schedule at the moment. Thank you, thank you. You're hung up on the idea of vampires blocking out the sun and ruling the earth. You've thought of two really good ideas and one mediocre idea for stories, but they're all about vamps taking over. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Why would I doubt? Wait, who wouldn't be supportive of that? It's a those are fun ideas. My thought is like, would the vampires be up front, or would they be, you know? I feel like as much as vampires are, these apex predators. I mean, they're super vulnerable, right? Their weaknesses are like super well known. I feel like a smart vampire is going to stay out of the light as much as possible. And the other question I would have is like, maybe some vampires want to pursue their dominion over the planet in a more humane way, right? We see that. I mean, we're horrible monsters. Well, some of us are, that eat meat, hunt and kill and eat things. And there are those of us that some are completely opposed to it, right? Shouldn't do that at all. Some are so crazy excited about it that it's almost disturbing to participate. And then others say, hey, there's a humane way to do this that's like responsible and sustainable, right? What would a sustainable vampire, what would a moral a vampire that's interested, and how interesting to have like a party could find themselves opposed to this monster, this terrible. It's such a useful trope, and then to uncover that, well, their monster, the one that they've been opposed to, has these morals that actually make them a lot better than the true monster, like that monster's monster, right? So to be at odds with a small town vampire threat, only to find out that, well, yeah, I mean, sure, this guy's abducting and feeding on, but he releases them afterward, right? He lets them go. That's not as bad as these feral, vampires out in the, out on the cliff sides or whatever. In a terrible story you wrote a year or so ago, vampires sort of evolved alongside normal people, and they used their long lifespan to create technologies that help both humans and their own. But the leader of the vampires went behind their back to literally destroy the sun. Yeah, that's trouble. That's trouble for sure. I mean, but what are you gonna do? Humans or vampires? People do wicked stuff. You like that? Imagine vampires creating universal donors, synthetic blood. They have a reason for that. They don't like to provide cloning. Nice. Yeah, it's true. They would be very scientifically minded in that way. All of that. You know, because when you're thinking about the types of factions that inhabit your world, you want a facsimile of the Ghostbusters around, don't you? I mean, who doesn't? There better be one. Yeah, it makes sense that they would make an appearance, right? That's another one on my list to play at some point is because obviously Ghostbusters is great. Ghostbusters 2, not really so much. I've really not watched it very much. The first Ghostbusters I'll watch anytime, but Ghostbusters 2, mostly when I was a kid, and now maybe once or twice I've seen that. But I heard that well, I still haven't watched the new kind of updated ones. Yeah, there was some neat stuff in Ghostbusters 2 for sure. I don't want to. It feels like such a bandwagon thing to hate on. There's some charm to it. Honestly, there's even some charm to the fact that like Bill Murray was dragged into a movie he didn't want to be, and then just his character just also didn't want to be there. Like there's some value to the movie existing just to have that, right? Just he's like didn't want to do the movie, didn't want to wear the suit, didn't want to get covered in slime like they did, and as a result it's like Bill Murray's will manifested into the fiction of the world in such a way that Venkman was spared. But there was a Ghostbusters game that apparently was a worthy follow up to the movies, and I haven't played that yet. That one's also on my list. Like I need more things on my list. Oh, really? Huh. Say it's called Snow Runner. That's funny. I was like, I wonder what that game's about. I pulled up the pictures. I'm like, I see what that game's about. It's funny. Right. So it's basically shoot. It's the game with Norman Reedus. You know what I'm talking about. It's basically just a delivery game, right? Death Stranding. Thank you. That sounds. So you get stuck in snow deep enough. You can't move through. Yeah, I mean that sounds torturous. That sounds awful. I think I have seen memes like that, yeah. Or like those climbing into space games that I feel like the only time I ever see anything about those games is from people that are like devastated when they fall and all of their progress is wasted. And kind of feels like that's the point of those games. So I'm always kind of like, if people are really upset, it kind of feels performative, but of going up was created because of the backlash developers had about their controls in their previous game. Hmm. Became popular because people are sadists, and since it became popular, like that looks easy to do. I'll make one too. Ain't that how it goes? Nice. I will check that out. Appreciate that. And smart of you not to mention that, so that you don't get inundated. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, thank you. So I think I saw that you got the digital version, right? So you'll get this. One of the fun new bonuses that I need to make videos about or talk about somewhere. One of the fun little new things in the zine is that the D100 lists at the front and the back, which actually is kind of here. My camera settings are not going to work well with hot pink at the moment. It doesn't call this out particularly anywhere, but the D100 lists are actually 2 lists. So like this is at the front of Don't Touch That. So it's D100 magical trinkets. Technically, this is 2 lists in one. So you can just roll a D100 and get 5. That's like, okay, trinket is a translating quill. I think it makes sense what that does. Or you could roll 2 D100s and take the first bolded and take the second list from the faded. So let's say instead of rolling a 5, I rolled like a 10 and a 12. 10 takes piercing and 12 takes pocket watch, a piercing pocket watch. That's true for the both D100 tables now in both books, which is something I probably need to. There's lots of little stuff like that that's sort of baked in. It becomes really fun. Sometimes you don't know if they ever get redeemed. That's true. You wouldn't know if they were ever redeemed. Yeah, like the tricky thing with putting in a little functional secret like that is, you know, finding a way to call it out versus like it doesn't matter if you don't notice it ever, but it's also gives me something fun to talk about and make a video about. I still need to make the videos for the product page. I haven't done that yet. I also experimented this time with putting something on my shop that's just a free download, because that's also something that I should be able to do, or that I want to be able to do in the future. So it's like, okay, let me try this out. So that was another experiment. And even just having like a little prop card, including a prop card too. Grabbed it without knowing what it was. Yeah, it's another one of those things that requires probably a little bit of explanation. I'm not sure how obvious it is, because the you know, like all of the magic item encounters basically revolve around some unique scenario with an item, right? So bad omen is something ominous, or an ominous item that you find that's going to do something terrible, blah blah blah. Or a potion of something or another that has some kind of side effect. And the center page, the center spread is a trading sequence that actually starts with the third encounter, and then that item gets traded to the sixth encounter, and then that one gets traded. So it follows kind of a circuitous path. I don't know that I have one of my little punch card trackers, because it would fall out if I had it in this one. But the idea of the little thing is it's almost like it suggests that there's this sort of network of magic item traders that you could become sort of initiated to, and you can literally like track your trades up to 10, and then whatever the reward is for that. So I'll make a video about that at some point. But that was another one of those like kind of emergent, like, oh, this would be kind of cute. This would be something I could like tuck into the books. It'd be kind of fun. I'm sure it won't become a standard thing that I always include something extra, but if I had the idea and knew of a way to do it, so why not, right? Why not make the thing that I'm making more complicated? That sounds great. That's a good point. Little secrets, little Easter eggs. Mm-hmm. Oh, my favorite was shoot, which one was it? It was somebody in the Discord posted it. I think it was from the original Monster Book. I had forgotten that it was in there. It was just like a joke because the table was like not giant rats, and then the first item in the not giant rats table was like very tiny rats or something like that. It's like I don't even remember putting that in there. I guarantee that just made me laugh in the moment, and maybe I thought like, maybe I'll go back and swap that out, but I didn't. I was like, that's just a fun. That's just fun. That's what I'd say to that. Sounds good. See you, Construct. Have a good one. Be right back. What's up, Hector? How's it going? What's up, Cave? How's it going? Tips for finding your first D&D group? Well, I mean, technically, my first D&D group was a game that I ran for me and one other person. After that, trying to build and form like a group. I didn't really join one. I formed one by finding people that were playing the game that wanted to play in my game, which I used my town's or my city's Facebook. There's a Facebook group for D&D nerds in my area, and I use that. I think if I was looking to join a game, even now, if I was looking to just like join any game, I would probably check game stores. Any sort of game stores are probably going to have, a board up somewhere that indicates that people can, either request to join a game, or if games are accepting people, or sometimes they have like, this is also true of like libraries. I would check libraries for sort of game nights or like open table nights where you can sort of join. That's probably what I would look for. Yeah, no problem. Hope that works out for you. Good luck finding a game. Okay. I think I am good with this progress. Got a good start on this next book. Thanks everybody for hanging around, chatting. Hope you have a good one, Cave, and everybody else. And yeah, catch you guys again soon. See ya.